Yeah. All Mrinal had to do was call. That's it. Yeah. We're just waiting for a couple of minutes, waiting for some people to join in, and then we'll get started with the introduction.
Till then, necessary announcements. Make sure you join the Discord server. The link is dscv.it/dj21 Discord. We'll be rolling out all the important updates, all the announcements on the Discord channel. So make sure you have joined that.
Yeah. The Discord server is like our main hub, right? So all the announcements are going out there. So please join that server.
Oh, Aditya, this reminds me. Did you try out the game on our DJ21 app?
I haven't, but I've been hearing a lot of good stuff about it. Like there are
Oh,
people
yes.
like the reviews. Have you seen the reviews on Play Store? Like people love
It
that
looks
app.
like it looks like I am the one who has the highest score in the game as of now. So try to beat me if you can.
I'm definitely going to give it a shot over the next 2 days. Yeah. Yeah, for all of you who are just joining in, we're going to wait till around like 7:05, waiting for people to join in, and then we'll get started with the intro of the session. So yeah. Also, for people who like again just joined in, I am replacing Asta. Just putting that out there again. So yeah.
And I'm very happy that Aditya is replacing Astha. So
Yeah. Cool. So Mrinal, how's the hack been for you? 7 hours, damn man. Quite a bit of time.
it's been amazing. It's actually been exciting. Loads and loads of doubt, lots of amazing people this time. And it's really been an amazing journey so far. This, I think, is my third hack that I'm organizing online.
Yeah.
And yeah, one
So
of the
the
best.
most of the hacks I organized before this, I couldn't be active during it. So this is the first time I'm like really active during like the organization section of hackathon. It's been an experience, man. So,
It's been fun.
yeah,
I'm
quite
still
a bit of
waiting
fun.
when college opens and I'll be able to attend offline hackathons at least once. But
Yeah,
let's see.
hopefully, like in a couple of months, we'll be speaking on stage rather than like on street. But yeah, cool. Let's wait for a little bit. I think people should join in, and then we can finally get started with the Vicara workshop. So yeah.
Sure.
So
Also, a reminder to everyone, we still have our social media challenge going on. So don't forget to click photos of your team, yourself, us, post it on your social media with our hashtag Destination DevJams and tag us. Or if your account is private, don't forget to slide in our DMs and send us a screenshot.
yeah, just feel free to slide into our DMs. It's easier, quite a bit. Yeah. Also, a last plug before we get started, a plug of our DevJams Discord server. Please do join in there. That's basically our main announcement hub. Everything like that is where the hack is at, and we really want you guys to like join that. So yeah, please do. Brenal, could you just tell them the link again?
Yeah, the link is dscv.it/dj21 Discord. I hope one of the coordinators must have put it on the chat box as we speak. So make sure you
Yeah,
join that and make complete and full use of it.
yeah. There's a lot of fun channels on there. Like you can actually play games and stuff. So yeah. Oh yeah, you can see the banner. It's mentioned there. So yeah. Cool. I think we've waited for a fair amount of time. Let's get started, Brana.
All right, then. 7 down, 41 hours to go. I hope you all have your coffee mugs ready for the night because we here at GDSC surely can't wait for what you have in plan for us.
Welcome back to YouTube, everyone. Like I mentioned before, Asta had to run out for some urgent work, so I decided to step in for her and help Brana out. So I'm Aditya. We're here back on YouTube for an amazing workshop for our diamond sponsor, Vicara.
Oh, it's not just a workshop. It's actually a great opportunity for all of you to win some extra money on top of that DevJams cash pool too.
Yeah, a lot of extra money out there. So let me start by telling you who Vicara is. They are an immersive technology company pioneering in intuitive and immersive computing platforms. They develop technologies that augment the capability of humans to work with their digital surroundings. Over to you, Brenna.
Thanks to Vicara, this time we have two really cool tracks from them. The first one being motion tracking and analysis, and the second one for the developers by the developers. Note, if you take part in any of Vicara's tracks, you will be eligible to win 30,000 cash prize over the existing DevJams prize money. And also, for every team who deploys their project using Vicara's product Patter, you will be eligible to win an extra 20,000 cash prize over the existing DevJams prize pool.
Yeah. As Mrinal mentioned, there are two sub-tracks under the Vicara track. Each of these tracks will have different task options. A participant can choose any one of these tasks. They've been very generous with the amount of tasks that they've given, belonging to any one of these sub-tracks, and the participants can complete the same. Finally, the participants will be judged based on the task that they choose and decide to execute, irrespective of the sub-track that they have taken. Anyway, without further ado, welcoming onto stage Mr. Rakshit Ravi, the VP Engineering of Vicara. I think he should be here in a couple of seconds. So. Yeah, we have a good 45-minute workshop ahead of us. It's going to be very fun.
I'm really excited for the session, obviously.
Am I audible?
Yes, Rakshit, you're audible. Hello.
Yeah, I've been here. Okay, let's get started.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Stage mine? Should I take it?
Yeah, go ahead. It's yours now. The stage is yours.
Awesome. First of all, welcome everybody. Hope you're all having a fun time during the hackathon. Hope you're all enjoying it, because honestly speaking, this entire thing is a great experience for us, because we are a company that started off in VIT, and it for us, it started during a hackathon. During the hack, we were trying to, kind of ideate on things and see what we can do. And then eventually we made a company out of it. And then we started raising investment. And then we went into venture capital. And there are so many other things. We expanded our team, got an offices in Bangalore. So many things happened to us. It's very exciting for us. And it's certainly very nostalgic for us to come back to a hackathon in VIT and show you guys, the kind of stuff that we've been working on. It's nice to have you all. So first of all, I just wanted you to know a little bit about what we're building as such, right? So we started off being a company that makes services in terms of motion analytics and things like that for other companies. And we were servicing a lot of Fortune 500 companies, in fact, when we were running into the same problem again and again. And one of those problems was the fact that every time you deploy a website, either me or somebody from my team always has to be there. And it's always extremely difficult and time consuming to deploy a website as such, right? That's when we started off with deploying a tool that we wanted to just automate our own job. That's the end of the day. We just want to sit at our home, just doing nothing, being lazy about it all day long. So we wanted to automate our work, right? And when we were doing that, we realized that this is a problem that not only we were facing, but others were facing too. And that's when we started deploying this. We started building this tool that can kind of help us, automate whatever deployments we have. And while we were doing it, we realized that a lot of other companies are facing this exact same problem, and they find it extremely difficult to deploy their websites. They have an entire DevOps team, which, if you follow Google's practices, they call it SRE, or so. Basically, the whole SRE concept is now a full different team altogether, right? And it doesn't make sense, in my opinion, and in our opinion. We really don't believe in the fact that just maintaining a website requires a lot of work, right? You don't need a team just to maintain a bunch of stuff, right? So, which is when we decided to build this tool and realized that this was something that can automate a lot of things for a lot of people. So let me see if I can share my screen and show you what we have, right? So as of now, what we have is just a simple tool that can kind of help you deploy whatever static sites you have and things like that, right? And what we're looking for is mostly just feedback on the tool, because right now you can deploy static sites, you can deploy any kind of Docker container that you have, or if you have a database or something like that, you can kind of deploy that on our tool in the simplest possible way, right? So in that sense, we started off with this beta of sorts, just to get feedback on what can be built on top of this, how we can make this easier, and how we can make this more scalable for people and things like that, right? So what I would love from you guys is to check out the tool, see how it works, see what it does. And if you do like something about it, let us know. If you don't like something about it, feel free to be honest about it, because right now it's still in a beta stage, right? It's very, very pre-production, right? And what we're looking for is a way for people to tell us that, hey, this is the problem I found. You know what? If you implement this, I will like it. So if you can give us feedback on what you think you will like in the tool, then that'll give us an idea of how to build this further, right? So yeah, let me just see if I can share my screen. Okay, sound off in the comments if you can see my screen. Is my screen visible to you guys? I'm not seeing any comments as such. Okay, cool. So let me just start with showing you the tool that we have, right? So if you guys just go to app.patter.cloud, right, you'll get it. You'll be able to sign up for the tool right then and there, and you'll see basically 4 different tabs as such, right? Now the first is the deployments. Then there's Docker repositories, databases, and static sites. Now I'm guessing you guys know what you're doing. You know what Docker is and Docker repos is, and things like that. So basically if you want to deploy something as such, right, you go to Docker repositories, create a repo, whatever be the case, right? Create some kind of a Docker repository over here. You will be able to select the options for all of that. And then you go to a deployment, you create a deployment as such. You choose the repository that you just created, and then you choose which data center you want to deploy it on, and then you choose how much specs you want, right? Now, and then there's the databases where, again, you can create databases that you have in your account. And then there's static sites, right? Now, the way we have built this tool is that static sites are our primary focus as of now, right? It's if you have a React application, if you have some kind of an AngularJS application, Vue.js, or even just a plain static HTML web page, right? All you need to do is npm run build or whatever be the case for your specific application, build the tool. You get a zip file, right? Or a folder with all the HTML files. Create a static site, upload that zip file with that folder, and you'll be good to go, right? The only catch you have to have in mind is that your zip file will have to have the index.html file inbuilt in on the root of the zip folder, right? But once that is done, if you do deploy a static website, it'll be up and running in no time. As of deployments, we are currently setting up a larger Kubernetes cluster on an entire system, and we are provisioning nodes that can kind of act as a load balancer and things like that. So basically, we'll have a bunch of nodes that act as a load balancer and a bunch of nodes that act as our applications. We're scaling up a lot of things over there, so I cannot guarantee that your deployments will work correctly, but your static sites are something that should work without any problems whatsoever. And if you do face any problem, open up an issue with us immediately. Like you can just create a thread in the Discord chat or whatever, and once you do, we'll be able to assist you right then and there, right? So that being said, once you do have all this set up, static sites are something that we're focusing on right now. So if you do create a deployment, I cannot promise you that your deployment will be running forever. It might be shut down at any point of time because of how the way our nodes work. And if you do understand what I meant when I say that we have ingress nodes and we have application nodes, consider applying for our company. I will send you the link to that soon. You can apply for our company. We have internships positions open, full-time jobs open, whatever be the case, right? So as far as static sites goes, feel free to upload anything that you have, and we work to making sure the static sites are always up and running, right? We will be providing you the links to the documentation as well as to the website itself. So feel free to take a look at that. And of course, you're not going to be charged for any of this. There's absolutely no fee whatsoever. We'll keep your site up and running. The only thing we're looking for is either feedback in terms of how we can do this better. If you have a better idea or if you think something can actually help people out, we'd love to hear feedback. The second thing is, of course, if you have any suggestions or if you want to join the team in helping us build this entire tool, and our entire goal is based around the fact that DevOps is not easy, but DevOps is unnecessarily complicated today. In today's world, yes, it's not easy, but it's unnecessarily complicated. It's not just complicated, it's unnecessarily complicated. And we wanted to simplify that whole process. We want to make it easy for people, whether it's a small company to a large enterprise, whoever be the case. We wanted to make it extremely simple for people to be able to deploy stuff on the website, right? So that's what we want Pattern to be. That's the vision for Pattern as such. We want it to be a tool that can be extremely easy as well as complicated enough for people to be able to do whatever they need to do, right? As well as you'll also need to keep in mind that if you have any particular website that is currently hosted on Pattern, you get a free entry into our Pattern track, which is basically if your website is hosted on Pattern, we'll pick one random winner from the team from all the teams who have hosted on Pattern, and they will be eligible to win a prize money of 30K, right? As well as if you guys have any doubts in terms of Pattern, we'll be sending you the links to the documentation, so you can check out all about it over there, right? But if you have any questions in terms of the tool and what it can do, what you can't do with it, sound off in the comments. I'll be happy to hear what kind of questions you have, and if there's anything that I can help you out with. Yeah. Cool. Okay, we have a question, I guess, that's streamed to everybody. But so in terms of the difference between Heroku and Pattern, right? Heroku is pretty much the same thing that you'll be able to use as such. But what we want to do is Heroku is something that's meant for early pre-production products. If you have a product that's let's say you're a startup and you're just building something and you want to try something out, Heroku is for that. But very rarely do you see people who are actually using Heroku being able to scale up, right? The fact
Hi guys, I think there's some sort of error. I think Rakshit is like stuck. I'm not sure, but we're just
That's
waiting.
actually one of the biggest downfalls, you might say,
Yeah,
of
online hackathons on internet, man. Like not having an internet will really mess everything up. Like, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we are here. We'll be like, I hope you all are happy to see us. I know you all love the Vicara track and the amount of prize money they're giving, but I think you'll have to put up with us for like a couple of minutes till like Rakshit comes back and he can answer all your questions. So, yeah, till then.
Drop in any of your questions that you guys have on the YouTube chat box, and once Rakshit's back, he'll be answering all of them for you.
Yeah, we like Rakshit did mention to us before the session that he really likes an interactive one. So feel free to like put in all your questions and like we'll be more than happy to talk about them. So yeah, till then we can talk a little bit about the Vicara tracks themselves, because that would give you like some context as to what this is about. So Brinal, let me just explain what these tracks are, and
Sure.
I hope like let's see, people will probably have more doubts about it. So firstly, as Rakshit mentioned, you have a Pattern price which is for 20,000 rupees, and anyone who hosts a project on Pattern, you're eligible to win that prize. That will be decided by Vicara themselves. And the best part about this is you are eligible to win this regardless of what track you're from, regardless of like if you're eligible for the main prize or not, right? So you can technically win the DevJams main prize as well as the Pattern prize, which is just like so much better, right? So then we have a couple of more tracks from Vicara. Like as he mentioned, these tracks also have their own sub tracks, right? So as Mrinal had talked about in the beginning, we have motion analysis and for developers by the developers. These are just the headlines, but there's a little bit of detail that we can give to you, and that'll probably provide you some clarity, right? Uh, Firstly, we also urge you guys to go to the Patter link. I would really suggest, like, the organizers, if you all could put the link up.
Oh, I think Rakshit's back.
I think Rakshit's back. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, my internet died. Sorry about that.
Yeah, cool. You can continue.
I don't even know till where you guys heard.
We were just, so when you got cut off, we were just telling everyone about Patter and what prizes they are eligible to win. So you can continue by answering their questions, I think. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I heard you speaking about how you mentioned to people that they will be willing. They will be eligible to win 20K more if they're a part of the Patter track as such. Right?
Yeah. Oh, I think we have a question up on the screen. So
I was answering that question. I think that's when I got cut. Anyways, so I'll answer the first question, which was about Heroku, right? So in that sense, the difference between, can we change the highlight? Is there a possible way to do
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we'll ask someone to change that.
Sure. The previous question was the one I wanted to answer, because I don't know if my answer was streamed or not. Was it?
I think it got cut off in the middle of streaming, but you can go ahead and answer that again, and we'll change the.
Sure. So in terms of the difference between Heroku and Patter, right? Heroku is a tool that's mostly used for early prototypes and small scale startups and things like that. But very rarely do you see large companies and big organizations using Heroku to scale, right? Now, Heroku is more of a tool that's meant for prototypes and things like that. So what we want to do is try to be as simple as possible. And we want to make sure that things are scalable enough in such a way that people don't need to leave our tool because of the fact that we don't provide scale, right? So you will very rarely find large organizations using Heroku in production, right? And we want to change that. We want to make sure that production environments also have a simple enough tooling such that you don't need teams to manage this for you, right? So that's the kind of difference that we're trying to make. Additionally, and then the next question, where do we apply for? Okay, so pick any email address that you like, hello@vicara.co. If you want to send an email to patter@vicara.co. If you want to send streamyard@vicara.co, DSJ, whatever, right? So whatever be the case, just send an email to anything that you like at vicara.co, right? It's VICARA.co. Can we have that email up ahead? hello@vicara.co. Yeah. So you'll have an email in front of you. Just all of them come to us. So it's not like it makes a difference. Send it to whatever you like and we'll get the email. Yeah. If you want to apply for a specific role, send it to that role @vicara.co and we'll get the email. All right. So yeah, if you would like to apply for an internship, obviously this is not an easy endeavor. Obviously, this is not something that's simple. The fact that we're trying to take on the big guns, as of now, if you were to go for some kind of a hosting application, you have two options. The big guns like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, and all of that. And then you have the small players like Heroku, and you have Netlify, and other Vercel, and other applications like that. So we're trying to find a balance in between. We're trying to find something that's easy to use while at the same time it's easy to scale also. And the fact that we're going to take on the big guns is not an easy task. So if you would like to change the world, join us, help us build the tool, give us your valuable feedback on what you think the future of DevOps should be. And who knows, maybe if you really want to see something like that, you can join our team and you can build something like that, right? So yeah, apart from that, I just wanted to ask if anybody had any questions about the track or any of the problem statements that have been given or anything of that sort.
I think there was a question about how the Patter prize will be judged. I think Rakshit, you could answer that.
So if there is any particular website, we take all the prizes, all the websites that are currently deployed on Patter, pick one of them from the teams that have participated, and we will provide a prize accordingly. I mean, it's not a lottery as such, if that's what you're asking. Oh, right, that is the question. So it's not a lottery in the sense that we won't randomly pick one. We pick what we believe is the most creative project that has been deployed on Pattern. If you've used Pattern in the most creative way, or if you've possibly done some amazing work that we really want to give you credit for, then we'll pick you accordingly, right?
I think that answers it. Thank you, Kavya, for the question. We have another question by Akash. How can we do the motion analysis track without hardware?
Simple, just like how we did our first hackathon, which is how we started this company. Take any camera, it can track you, just do motion analysis with that.
Yeah, I think that answers Akash's question. I think people are quite excited about the tracks because we've been getting a lot of doubts on the Discord server as well. So, Rakshit, would you mind like diving a bit into what these tracks entail, especially like what do you mean by for
Sure.
developers? By developers?
Let me just find the tracks. Concept.
Yeah, sure.
All. Right. I believe the first one was about if you have a mobile phone, being able to develop an application that can recognize the exercises done by a user, right? In this sense, we're kind of just talking about something like Fitbit, right? If you have a Fitbit, you'll be able to track exactly what kind of exercises people are doing with it, if they're doing push-ups, pull-ups, whatever be the case, right? Sorry, this comment is a little distracting. For the developer. See, honestly speaking, we have to answer the question that's on screen, right? We have a bunch of problem statements. We have a bunch of exercises that we consider in Vicara where, hey, if we were to solve this, how would we go about doing this, right? And if you have a good enough solution for it, we accept that. It's as simple as that. Can you mold your problem statement to fit our track? Well, it's simple. Does it solve the problem that we're trying to solve? If it solves it, then it's good enough. That's all we care about, right? So yeah, in terms of the problems that we have given out, right? Of course, one of them is the motion analysis through a mobile phone as such. And the second is if you have any swipes that are swipe up, swipe down done by the user, you can either track them through a camera, or if you want to do through the phone's gyroscope, that can also be done. It's entirely up to you how you want to take the tag forward. As for the tracks that are for the developers and by the developers, well, the first one is about GitOps, which I'm not sure if all of you are aware of. Basically, if you have some kind of a Git repository that you want to collaborate with others on, let's say you want to say that, hey, if this guy puts a pull request, you know what, if my friend puts a pull request, I really don't care, I'm just gonna find get approved. But if this guy, very fishy guy, I don't know him, he's just a new kid, I don't know what he's up to, he's possibly up to malicious intent, if he puts a pull request, I want you to run a separate bunch of tests, and only if those tests pass should I be able to merge that pull request, right? Now that's a very, very specific requirement. You need to be able to say that this exact person needs to be able to go through these conditions before being able to do an action, which is what GitOps is all about. It's basically about being able to do specific operations on your Git repo through a bunch of CI system or whatever be the case, right? Now the track is for you to simplify that. Do you really think people should have to write code for it? Do you really think it has to be so complicated? Is there a better way you can think of? Is there a way where you can, maybe just give some kind of a UI where people can solve this whole situation, while at the same time not being restricted in what they can do? That's what this track is all about. Find innovative solutions to solve this problem, right? You can read up on GitOps online. It's a very industry standard term. You can kind of figure out what it does and all that. And if you're able to solve that problem in a nice way, then perfect. You found $1 million solution right then and there, right? Then the second one is yes, the feature sets. So, okay, somebody says is new to DevOps. Can you please let me know whether Pattern aims to replace or aid GitHub Actions and how they differ? Well, at the end of the day, we do deployments. Our problem statement is that if you want to deploy a website, we make it simple. Is doing DevOps or is replacing or aiding GitHub Actions going to solve that problem in any way? If the answer to that is yes, then yes, we are going to do it. At the end of the day, our problem statement is simple. We want to make developer experiences better. Is the answer to your question going to help developer experiences better? If it's true, then yes. It's as simple as that. Tomorrow, if you want to deploy a website, just click on a bunch of buttons and get done with it, man. Why do you have to, go through so much complications? It's unnecessary, So as for the second problem statement that we have, right, it's again around the same goal, which is that if you have a website or a mobile app, you have a whole bunch of features. I don't know if you guys use Swiggy or whatever, but which is, if you're in a popular enough city or whatever. So if you use Swiggy, then you'll know that their nav bar, their entire headers, their content, it keeps changing. Every other day it keeps changing. You can't possibly develop muscle memory from it, because they keep realizing that, what, I think users will prefer this better, and they keep changing their content. So what we are trying to do is simplify that, where we want to offer different features to our customer, and they can write their code saying that hey, if this particular feature is enabled, then show this navbar. If it's not enabled, then don't show this navbar, show something else, right? So the problem statement is about finding ways to present this entire feature flags, as we call it, right? It's an industry standard term. Again, you guys can look it up on Google. You'll find just exactly what I'm talking about. So is to find a way to present and control feature flags to the customer, right? So that's exactly what we are trying to do, right? And then the third application is, yes, this is a very interesting one for backend developers. I don't know how many of them are going to pick this up, but essentially the problem statement is, if you have done any kind of live application, you'll know that you start with a database schema, and then you move on to another database schema, and then from there you move on to another one, and keep doing that again and again and again. Now, every time you change schemas, right, if you realize that, hey, if people have a first name and a last name, but now I want to add a middle name, right? So you need to add some kind of a migration to your database code, where you say that migrate my database from this to this, right, from A to B. So it makes it easier for people to maintain that database. Now, the problem statement that we have given is basically being able to automate that. If I have a database schema A and then I have schema B, now why do I have to write the migrations for it? Again, around the same goal of being able to make things simpler for developers, right? So why should you have to sit and write the migrations for A to B, right? You should just give schema A, give schema B, and tell the tool, what, I don't know, just figure it out, right? Me as a developer should be able to just write the code that I want to write and not care about anything else, right? That is exactly the goal of problem statement number 3, which is provide a language or any kind of tooling. It's entirely up to you. This is a very open-ended problem statement, but providing a way for people to be able to write their database schemas and migrate between them without any worry, right? And that brings us to our last problem statement, which is being able to generate a UI from a Figma file. Now, I am, let's say, a backend developer, and let's say I'm a front-end developer, and I'm just about learning backend because I need to build an app, right? I don't have the time to sit and make both the backend and the front end, right? So what do? I go to a friend of mine and say, listen, dude, I have an idea for something like this. I don't know, I'm not able to properly put it in paper, but some kind of an idea like this, right? And he comes up with a really good illustration or some kind of a Figma file or a prototype where he says, dude, this is exactly what you're looking for, right? And I look at it and I love it. But now I have to sit and implement the front end for it, which either I don't know or I don't have the time for. If I'm a backend developer, I don't know. If I'm a front-end developer just learning backend, it doesn't make sense for me to sit and do that, right? This problem statement that I've given is a tool for you to be able to take a Figma file and come up with some kind of a front end for it. Just take one prototype and then be like, hey, this is the prototype you've given me. I think this is exactly what you want to implement in a front end. Here's a React application code for it. You can just take it and use it with your current application, right? So it's something that again aids you in terms of making the front end for applications. So yeah, these are the problem statements that we have. I would love to answer any questions if you guys have any, because I mean, this is just me talking. I want to hear questions.
I totally relate to your thing about you said about backend development, because personally I've made enough like apps on Node.js and then not been able to like use it because the front end developer never ended up creating something for it. So I totally relate, and yeah, I think people in the comments do too. So we'll wait a couple of minutes and hope like people have questions for it, and then you can
Feel free to drop your questions, everyone. Rakshit is really excited to answer all your doubts, anything you have.
Yeah. So Rakshit, you mentioned that you all started Vicara as like a hackathon project. Could you like give us a little bit more detail about that? Hello, Mrinal, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think Rakshit's again facing some internet issues.
And yeah, internet issues are plaguing people
I'm
like
here.
this.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hello
Yeah,
Rakshit.
be back.
Hi. So while we wait for people to ask like questions, I was just asking if you could tell us a little bit more about how you all started Vicara, because you mentioned it started off as a hackathon project, and I remember talking to Adarsh and he mentioned it started off in your third year. So if you could give us a little bit more insight.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it was a hackathon very similar to this, in fact, where the two founders of the company, they were working on the tool as such, right? They were working on something completely different. It was a gesture recognition product, and they were trying to build a tool that can revolutionize the way we interact with human interfaces, right? Human interface devices, right? So, for example, if you have a mouse or if you have a keyboard, and all of these are human interface devices as such, and it doesn't make sense as a human who thinks in 3D space for you to use a 2D device like the mouse, right? And so, which is when they had started off the journey building a 3D device, which was it started off with the product called the Kai, right? The Kai was something you wear on the palm of your hand, and it's you can imagine Iron Man, where he's kind of interfacing with the whole holograms as such with his hand. Yeah, that's what they were aiming for, right? And during the process of building this and serving this to other companies, including Fortune 500 companies and so many other people, they realized that this whole product, the company came to a conclusion that a huge problem a lot of the companies face is deployment of websites, and more importantly, simplifying them. Right? It doesn't make sense to have a whole team just to handle DevOps. Right? We wanted to simplify that, and that's exactly what this product is all about.
Yeah, I think we like that was a really nice story, but I think we have a question from Nivedita Sinha. Like if you could go ahead and answer that, that'd be
Yes,
great.
very fair question. Might not be able to fully polish it. Yes, I agree. I'm not expecting any kind of full-fledged product as such. If you can give me the bare algorithm for it, and more importantly, if you can show me a promise of it actually being able to be developed, then that's good enough for me, right? Because this specific track, I understand it's not something you can completely do. But yeah, Yuvraj says, I am planning to build a workflow to automate the process of keeping two repos in sync when one is a fork of the other. Every time there's a commit, both of them gets updated simultaneously. Would like to know the views on it? Thanks. Okay. So it's less of keeping two specific repos in sync and more of uh, being able to give specific access to specific things in the team, right? So, for example, if I have a user who I can say that he should be able to push to only these particular branches and not any other branches, or maybe I want to say that he can push to this branches, but first go through a build, and only after he builds it and that's successful, he'll be able to push to this branch, or whatever be the case, right? The whole complexities of automating permissions. That is what we're trying to solve, right? A very good question. Why is the product called Patter? So, if you take a lot of the South Indian languages, Patra means container, right? And that's exactly what Patter does. It runs a container. So that's what the product is all about, which is why we came up with the name Patter. Right? So yeah, I mean, we didn't wanna anglicize anything, so we wanted to be all Indian about it. So we picked an Indian term and decided to make that the product.
That's actually pretty smart, if you
Yeah,
could say.
yeah, that was really cool. We had no idea about that. Yeah. Oh. So Rakshit, let's take another couple of questions and then we'll wrap it up. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Guys, please feel free to drop in your questions because Rakshit is here. Okay, someone's asked a question about VIT. I'm not sure.
Rakshit,
Are you here? I think he
he's
got cut
facing
off again,
issues again.
probably.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll just wait for him to come back, and I think we can wrap it up after this. Oh,
Internet and
Okay.
hackathon remind me. I remember this. There was this one time I went to a hackathon, and on that day at 10 p.m., Discord, WhatsApp, everything went down.
oh
So it was
gosh.
really very difficult for the entire team to communicate with each other. Oh, sorry for that.
See, this is
Am
the
I
problem
audible?
with working from home, right? Yeah,
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
There's always someone on the other coming. I think we have Rakshat back with us. Rakshat, can you hear
Yeah,
us?
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
we
yeah.
have one last question
Right.
from Agarwal.
Favorite VIT story.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if that would be encouraging them to do something illegal, but let me see. Okay, so there was this one time. I don't know if you guys still have it in VIT, but like there was this one time where we had to like show an SMS saying that our parents approve of us leaving the college in order to be able to go to wherever we want to go, right? So I mean, it's just an SMS at the end of the day. So it wasn't the most difficult thing to fake. For a guy who has faked a lot of things when it comes to online presences, it wasn't the most difficult thing to fake. So what we decided to do was, I wouldn't say we, this was specifically me. There was this friend of mine who was in Pondy, and there was just a 2-day holiday, and he decided to go to Pondy for obvious reasons, which I'm not going to explain on this. But now that he's in Pondy, he calls me up, and we realized that it was a Thursday, Friday, I believe it was a Saturday, Sunday, which was a holiday, and then on Sunday night it got announced that Monday, Tuesday is a holiday, and he just called me up and he's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm standing in front of the mess," and then he said, "Okay, catch the next bus to Pondy, get over here." And then I go, "Well, why?" And he says, "It doesn't matter. Just get over here. Let's just whatever. Just do what you want. Just I don't care. Take the next bus and get over here." And I say, "Okay." And then I call my mom, and she says, "Hell no, this is not happening whatsoever." And then I go, "Okay, I have the choice of either just sitting at home and having no story to tell to my kids in the future, or I just decided to walk up to the guard and say, hey, I called up my best friend and I said, listen, your name is now going to be, your contact name is now going to be changed to VM-VIT-UNI. So I get an SMS from VM-VIT-UNI saying, your leave has been approved. You're now allowed to go. And then I show that to the security guard and I just walk out. And then I'm like, okay, this feels illegal, and it probably is, but there are no cops stopping me. So as long as that's not there, I'm in the safe. So I decided to get on the next bus to Pondy, and the next 2 days I would like to just leave it as it was a haze. I'm not sure what happened, but moving on.
That's
there's another
actually
question
pretty
that we
fun.
have. Yeah. Unfortunately, me and Brinal can't relate, but yeah.
I feel bad for you guys, man. I feel bad. Like the whole fun of college is when you hang around with your friends and things like that. But for the fitness track, do we need to identify the exercise users doing? More than the exercise, what I want you to identify is exactly what kind of exercise they're doing and how much calories it's going to burn. More important, it's just about figuring out the health of the user, right? At the end of the day, the goal is to identify how healthy your user is. And if you can find that out, then that should be good to go. I don't need you to specifically say that he was doing a pull-up, right? But I do need you to say that his arm muscles were being stressed out and he has burned this many kilocalories or whatever be the case.
The next question from Hisham. What's your take on the deployment of machine learning models at scale? Does Vicara have any plans for services specific to that?
Yeah, in fact, as of now, I have found that deploying machine learning models is a pain point, and that is something we would like to solve, because machine learning models specifically require, some of them require CPU, some of them require GPU, and there are different requirements as such, right? So there's no standard as such. But yes, we would definitely like to solve that at some point, but we don't have any plans as such. So it's as simple as we do want to solve developer pain points, and whatever is the next biggest pain point, we will be solving that.
Yeah, I think thank you for answering like all these questions. I don't think we have any more questions in the chat, and I think we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Rakshit, for like coming on here and answering questions from all these people, and it was very helpful because there was a lot of interaction. I think that was very nice to see that even in online we could actually like interact with people, even though it was just through comments. So yeah, it's quite nice.
And it was actually fun hearing a VIT story, and we hope we
Yeah.
get to experience something similar.
Yeah, I never thought like I'd come to like host this workshop and then end up like hearing a VIT story about Rakshit leaving campus. So yeah, seems very fun. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna like and wrap this up now. As we like, we like just like to reiterate that Vicara has got two sets of prices. One is the price for deploying on Patter. You can see the link on screen right now. Please go to app.patter.cloud and you can deploy your website, and then they would choose a winner. That is a cash prize of 20,000 INR. Secondly, after that, we have the Vicara track price, which is for 30,000 INR, under which there are two tracks, motion tracking and analysis, and for developers by developers. I think Rakshit has given you like quite a good idea of what these tracks are, and if you want more input on them, please join our Discord server. Brinal, could you please tell them the link again?
The Discord server, as I before said, is dscb.it/DJ21 Discord. I hope someone's already written in the chat box as we speak. So make
Yeah.
sure you join that. Drop in your questions, feel in to ask your doubts to our sponsors from Vicara in the mentors channel, and they'll be really happy to help you out.
Yeah, there is a Vicara help channel which like under the sponsorship section that you can ask your doubts in, and you can just tag them by doing @Vicara, and they'll be more than happy to answer your doubts. So, and thank you so much, guys, for attending and being so interactive and
Thank you,
asking
everyone.
so many questions. So
Yeah, and if you
also
guys have any
hoping,
questions, sound off, just tag me in the channel. Yeah, because it was fun reliving old memories. But if you have any questions whatsoever, tag me in the chat, and I'll be there to help you out. Yeah.
yeah, we
Sure.
just I
Thank you
think they'll
so
just
much.
tag Vicara also. Thank you so much for your time, Rakshit. It was really nice listening to all the stories. Thank you to all the participants for like attending, taking the time out of your hackathon to attend this. So we'll now drop off and happy hacking, guys.
Hello, everyone.
Hi guys, hello. Oh, Asta's back. I'm not sure whether to be happy or like sad about that. But yeah, let's
Happy
as usual,
Holidays.
let's just wait for a couple of minutes for people to join in, and then we can get started with the real event. But how's the hack been going for you so far, Asta?
Well, all I had to do was manage and coordinate a bit. So I'd say it was pretty smooth. What about you?
It's been a vibe. Yeah, it's been work, but it's good work. I'm doing it for the first time. I'm happy about it. It's nice. For everyone that's joining us right now, please join into our Discord server. We've been plugging this before, but here we are again because, and I hope one of the moderators could like put up our Discord server link because we don't have Mrinal here who would tell you all the link because Asta is here. So,
All right.
yeah, do join in our Discord server. All our announcements are there. That's where the hacks really at. And yeah, we've got some
And the
exciting stuff.
Discord server is dscv.it/DJ21 Discord. You don't need Manal for that, apparently.
Yeah, some of us are just missing him more than usual. So yeah.
It's just you. Trust me, look at the comment sections.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, let's again like we said before, we're just gonna wait for a little bit for people to join in and then we'll get started with the actual session. We have a really cool session lined up after this. Asta, do you want to like tell people about it? Like, just a little taste.
It's from our sponsors of Deepnote, and it is a session that you really would want to attend. And I'm very, very excited about it. And no, Yajat, you're not getting Minal. I'm the only one. And well, Aditya, unfortunately, that you get.
Yeah. So yeah, this as Asta did say, like this is a event by our platinum sponsor Deepnote. It's a really interesting event. We have two people from Deepnote, and we also have our very own Shanakya who will be hosting it. So I think Asta, we've waited enough. Let's get started with the real thing. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, that'd be great. So yeah, like I said previously, guys, due to popular demand, Asta is back. Some of us are happy about it. Some of us aren't really. Yeah. Asta.
How's the hacking going, guys? Are you guys having fun? How 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 much have you progressed? And did you make use of the mentorship happy hour that we had for you?
Yeah, that was. I hope people did. That was really interesting. We had some very like mentors from all like our sponsors. We had mentors from DSC. I hope people really use that. Also, last bit of a plug before we get started. The social media challenge is still up, so guys, please do take pictures and post them on Instagram. And remember to use the hashtag Destination DevJams. Along with that, also like if your account is private, do make sure to like send us a like text on our DMs. Yeah. And now we get started
And
finally. Enough waiting, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, we have a fun and exciting mini event planned for everyone in collaboration with our platinum sponsor Deepnote. It's titled "Studying the Change of Data with Time" is one of the best ways to analyze the effect of time on a data set. Right. This is something from the Deepnote website itself.
the folks at Deepnote are really very passionate about time series analysis. Although I don't know what that is, I really hope I get to know that after the session today. And
Yeah.
are looking forward for the best time series visualization done for the dataset that will be given by them.
Yeah.
And here is the big deal. The winners will get a chance to win Google Home Mini and Bluetooth speakers.
Yeah, and they will also get a chance to work on the very feature-rich Deepnote notebooks. And by using the promo code Data10, I think we will plug this in both in our comments and also as a flashcard. Remember to use the promo code Data10 to use the Deepnote notebooks. And don't worry, Alan and Chanakya have got you covered if you don't know much about time series analysis. So yeah, if you're like Asta, don't worry about it. Enough said. Now introducing Alan, who is a data scientist at Deepnote and our very own TensorFlow certified ML enthusiast Chanakya Kapoor. Yes, we are more than happy to.
Hi
Hi
guys.
guys. Yeah.
Hey everyone.
Hey guys.
How excited are you for the session?
Oh, I'm audible. Oh, let's go.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome.
Yeah, we are really looking forward to the session, and Thank you guys for the lovely introduction.
Yeah.
Aaron, what do you think?
Well, I'm super thrilled. I mean, I've got a coffee in hand, so I'm all fired up and ready to go. And I'm really honored that Chanakya is with me on this presentation. I think this is the first ambassador Deepnote staff collaboration in a presentation on a hackathon like this in real time. So thank you, Chanakya, for being here. It's a great honor for me.
Thank you.
So I think we'll leave you guys to it. Me and Asta will drop off and you all can take over from now.
All the best.
Thank you.
All the best, guys.
Thank you. All right, so I guess I should go ahead and share my screen here. Chanakya, you'll tell me if you can see everything properly.
Yep, sure.
Okay, here we go. All right. Just tell me if you can see the Google Slides.
Yeah, 1 second.
You see?
Right now it's not visible to me, at least. Let me check.
What do you see?
I just see both of us. Yeah, I think it's coming up now. Yeah, I can see the stream here. Yeah, let's go ahead.
All right. Okay, so thank you everybody for being here. We're going to be talking to you about Deepnote today, which is a modern data science notebook. If you're familiar with Jupyter and Colab, you will immediately see the parallels, but we've really taken this to the next level. And so basically what we're going to be doing is showing you a full end-to-end data science workflow, the smoothest data science workflow you can do. And yep, I'm Alan Campopiano, as the organizers said, and I'm here with Deepnote Ambassador Chanakya. And I will just quickly introduce myself. So I'm a data scientist at Deepnote. I work a lot with the community and I write a lot of data science content. And I'm very, very passionate about statistics and written some statistics software. And I have a background in psychology and cognitive neuroscience. And Chanakya, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, I am Chanakya, and as Alan said, that I am a community ambassador at Deepnote, and I am also an inner core member at GDSE VIT. Apart from that, I am a machine learning enthusiast who is TensorFlow certified, and I am a Kaggle Notebooks master as well. Through this session, we hope that we hope to make sure that you going forward will be using Deepnote as your primary data science notebook and not other platforms like Colab and Jupyter Notebooks.
So let's just set up the context for this end-to-end analysis that we're actually going to be doing in Deepnote. And so we can just do a little, sort of have a little problem statement here. So suppose you're working for a company and your boss comes to you and says, hey, we need, or our client needs a weather prediction. And as the data scientist, especially after this session, you'll be able to say, I can solve that problem. And so I'm going to take you through, well, we are going to take you through all of the steps you would need to do to sort of start with your raw data and end up into a sort of productionized app that you can share with a client. And we're going to do all of that in Deepnote. Okay, so what's our game plan? How can we break down this problem into smaller bits? Well, just like any other data science project, we're going to need to figure out a way to get our raw data. We're going to have to explore it a little bit, poke around, visualize it, see what's going on. Then we're going to do some modeling, which is, of course, where all the magic happens. And finally, we have to take this complete analysis and we have to find a way to ship it to the client, or we have to find a way to productionize it. Okay, so what are the tools that we could use to do an end-to-end data science analysis of this sort? Well, of course, we're going to use Deepnote as our main platform, which is a modern data science notebook. And you're going to learn all about it along the way as we work through our real life analysis. What kind of languages are we going to use? Of course, Python, SQL, and Markdown. And libraries. Well, we're going to use some pandas for sure, so we can poke around with our data frames. I'll also probably use some Altair, which is a data visualization library that makes it very easy to visualize data very quickly. It's great for exploratory data analysis. And finally, there's a forecasting or time series analysis library called Profit, which is actually made by Facebook. And I'll show you just briefly how to use it. It's very, very simple to use and can create beautiful forecasts and visualizations. So those are the tools we'll use. Okay, so we can just jump right into Deepnote here. So I am going to just stop this. And Chanakya, can you see the notebook here?
Yep, I can see.
Okay, so did you want to start this part?
Yeah,
I can
sure.
stop sharing.
Yep, I will
go for it, and you can take it from here just for a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Yep, Alan, can you see my screen?
Not quite yet. I can just see our face. I can just see our faces. Oh, here. It seems like it'll happen. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, I think we are back. Yeah.
Yep, looking
good.
Yeah,
so let's get started with exploring Deepnote. As we as data scientists are continuously involved with building certain pipelines that makes our lives easier, and Deepnote is one such platform that can ease this particular step of making the data science pipeline. I say this. Trust me. I don't say this just by reading out the features that we have in our hand, and I will make sure that I show you all these features as we go through the sessions. So the first step that is usually involved with whenever we create a data science project is the importing of the data set, right? You can either download the data set from the internet, and you whenever you are using Colab or Jupyter Notebook, you obviously upload it to the same path or the same folder so that it can be used. Or there can also be certain instances that your data set is present in S3 bucket, or let's say BigQuery, or let's say Snowflake. So what would you do in that case? I mean, the obvious solution to me is that we will go to that particular S3 bucket or wherever the data is stored, and basically download that whole data set and again put it to the same path as the notebook that which we are using. So now this is one step where Deepnote makes our life easier. So what Deepnote enables us to do is there is something known as integrations. Integrations, as the name suggests, you can connect your notebook or basically integrate your notebook with certain data stores such as Amazon S3, or let's say Redshift or PostgreSQL or MongoDB, BigQuery, Snowflake, whatever big and Google Cloud Storage for that matter. So basically what this allows you to do is it allows you to integrate your whole notebook, or let's say connect your notebook to these particular big data stores, and you can directly access that particular data set from your notebook itself. It takes away the step of downloading your data set from that particular location and loading it into your path. So this is one advantage of using Deepnote. And I will just show you guys what exactly one integration with Snowflake. So if you want to integrate your notebook with Snowflake, what you can do is you can go to this particular tab which is visible called Snowflake. You can click Add. So then you can enter your username, you can enter your password, and whatever details that you have. So basically, it's a 3-step process. Once you have entered those details, you can just click on Create. The whole notebook will automatically be integrated with the data set which is available on Snowflake. And after that, and we have done that step for you because we don't want to waste your time where we enter our username, we enter our password. So we have integrated the notebook with with the data set that is available on Snowflake. And just on a side note, if you have your data set available on S3, that is also very simple to integrate. You can just click on Add. You can enter your bucket name, you can enter your access key ID, secret key, and done. These are the simple steps through which you can integrate your notebook with the whole AWS S3 bucket without going through hassle of downloading and all. So now let's come back to what we were discussing. We already have integrated our whole notebook with Snowflake. So I will just go to how to use. So now whatever data set that we have in Snowflake, we can integrate that particular we can just click on this. We can just create a new cell, which will which essentially we have to write SQL queries. So what we can do is, I will just enter normal SQL queries, which is known as select star from. I mean, these are the basic SQL commands that is taught at the in the very first class. That okay, how do you select a data set? You just use select star from from whatever, from wherever your data is stored. So for now, our data set is stored at demodb.public.newyorkweather. So what we can do is, we can we can copy the dataset name, and we can just say select star from, and after that I will just run this cell, and you will be able to see that okay, 1 second, let's just wait for it to execute, and boom, here it is. So this is the whole data set which was initially present in Snowflake, and now we have that data set readily available to us through Deepnote. And one another amazing feature which I really like of Deepnote is that and you must have also realized that I just wrote normal SQL queries in a notebook. I mean, tell me a name of the platform where, or a notebook platform where you can write SQL queries and Python code at the same time. So here you can see that with the help of SQL, I wrote this particular query, and this whole data set has been automatically saved for me to the variable df1. So now again, I am in no mood to write SQL queries. I mean, in Python, if I have to select, like, let's say a particular data frame, I can just do df.head, right? So what I will do is, I am in no mood of writing SQL queries. I want to write Python code. So now what I can do is, I will just select the variable name to which the data is stored, and I can just say df1.head. And if I just execute this, you can see the top 5 rows will be visible to us. So here is the magic. I mean, you are using SQL queries and Python at the same time. Isn't that amazing? And after that, what if you want to show the number of want to see what are the different columns that we have? So what I can do is, I can do df_1 dot columns. I mean, these are just the Python commands which will help you navigate your pandas data frame. So here it is. We have these particular columns with us, and all these were easily made available to me using Python commands. So here you can. So we at Deepnote also the main aim of Deepnote is, we aim to promote something known as remote collaboration among data scientists. So here you can see that Alan and I are working on the same notebook at the same time. I mean, I can just write my commands on my own, and Alan can continue working on, let's say, can continue working in the same notebook, or he can basically comment out the code here. Like he has said that, can we look at just the name column? So okay, he answered his question on his own. So he went down and wrote that okay, df1.name. So now what I can do is, this particular thing is not looking nice. I want to change it to, I can just add my code there, and if I execute, you will be able to see, okay, I just enhanced the whole look of the data frame. So yeah, and Alan is writing so much better. So isn't this amazing? I mean, just imagine your team working on the same notebook at the same time, and all the changes are happening in real time. I mean, if I knew of something like this before, I wouldn't hesitate trying out this platform, or let's say switching to this particular platform, because first of its ease of use, and second because of its remote collaboration. Now let's move ahead and talk, and maybe show you some more SQL commands. So now, if we have a look at the data set, I mean, before, as we as data scientists obviously have to know what exactly the data set is about, right? Um, so this particular data set contains the data of the weather stations which are located in New York. And now, what if let's look. So here, Alan told me that okay, can we look at the just the name column? So I need to think that why exactly he has told me to just look at the name column. If I go here, I can see that the name column essentially contains the address of the different weather stations in New York, US. So here you can see that okay, there are weather stations present in Niagara Falls International Airport. There are weather stations present at Wheeler Sac AAF Airport. So now, what if I just want to select those airport, essentially only the airport's address from the name? So again, this is where SQL can come to my rescue. Again, what I need to do is I need to use a Snowflake demo query, and what I will do is I will say one second. Yep. So what I will do is select distinct name from again. Let me copy the data frame which was stored in Snowflake, and I go down. I will just say from this particular data set where first of all the country should be US, right? Where country is equal to US, and like I said, that the name field should contain the airport in that particular field. So what I will do is I will say where and name like percentage airport percentage. So what this will essentially do is it will just give me a list of the airports weather station in New York, US. So here it is. You can see all the airports which are present in New York and in New York, US, where the weather stations are situated. So now so now you can again see that the whole data set has automatically be saved to df2. And let's see what happens if I just print out df_2. Yeah, here it is. Again, I mean, it just stored the whole data set for us. And now what I will do is I will first code the thing out. I will create a new block, which basically allows you to let me first click this option, which is select. And after that, I will just code it out first, and then show you guys what essentially I am planning to do. So I will choose from variable. I will choose df2. I will change this to maybe what do you call airport name, because it essentially contains the name of the airport. And I have so now what essentially I have done is I have created a selection list automatically where I have where essentially initially we had these 17 airports with us, right? So now here I have automatically created a list which contains all the 17 airports. Basically, you can think of it as something known as filtering the initial data set according to these airports. So now let me copy the SQL command that we had already written, and because just to save the time, I will just come here and paste it here. So now what essentially this will do is, let me just first execute this particular thing, and then you will be able to get a hang of things in a much more better way. So now let's see this. What essentially it is doing. So I had selected one second. Yep. So what essentially we had done was we had selected Penyan Airport from this particular selection that we had created, and after that it just filtered out the initial data set for me only for Penyan Airport. I mean, if this particular feature was not available to us, this we would have to write the code on our own. And first of all, I would have to first remember that okay, these are the different airports that we have. But whereas if we create a selection list, I can automatically choose a particular airport for me, and the whole result will be displayed on my behalf. So these are essentially the different features that Deepnote offers, where you can write SQL queries, where you can write Python code, and where you can see, okay, we were facing some errors. So, I mean, Deepnote being a collaborative platform, Alan edited the code for me, and let's just select another airport for us and execute this particular command again. So here you can see that I got all the data for Orange County Airport. Isn't this amazing? I mean, I would definitely love to use this platform. So yeah, it's back to you, Alan.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to share my, thank you for that. It's so awesome to see you working through that. I'm going to share my screen and take you through the next bit of analysis, and hopefully you can see my screen. Okay, Chanaka, definitely let me know if you can't see anything. So let's just take a step back here and just see where we're at. Okay, so let's see, Chanaka, did you connect to the data? Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to check that off. Did you get a list of weather stations? I believe you did here, get a list, and I added this just to notate this a bit. Okay, getting list of weather stations. So we got that. We got our unique list. Do we have a data set that we can work with now for modeling and describing and exploring? Let's see. Do we have that data set? Yes. We have dates. We have weather stations that are only at airports, and we have some metrics. Okay, so this is good. So you know what? I think I would like to describe this here, get the data to explore, just so it's very organized and narrated nicely. Okay, so let's explore the data. I don't know if we'll get to Altair, but we will explore the data a tiny bit and then add some forecasting, and then we can talk about apps and everything. So explore the data. Okay, let's see here. Now what is this? Is DF2. You know what, Chanika? I'm going to rename this to weather, just so it's a little bit more readable. And I'm going to add a header here and just say explore the data. And then, okay, I've got my code block. Okay, I got weather. So let's just see here. Weather dot describe. Did we even, will this work? Let's see. I did not execute this cell, so weather is not a variable. And the other thing is, I noticed that we didn't import any libraries. So let me actually import the libraries maybe up here at the top. Hopefully people can follow along. We've got Altair, Pandas, NumPy, Prophet. Okay. We didn't talk about how these things get installed, but I actually have a Docker file that defines this environment. But you can also we can also pip install things. So for example, just as a side note, if you did say pip install Altair or whatever, it's already installed, but you could also run this if you would like, and it would install this in Notebook. It's already installed. And also, just so you can notice this, Deepnote's pretty amazing. If you pip install something in the notebook, you get all this junk, right? But you can actually just move this directly to a requirements file, to requirements.txt here, and it'll delete that cell and then add Altair as a installable library in your requirements.txt file. Then when you start your notebook up, it'll just know what to do with that. But we're using a Docker file actually, so no need to do any of that. Okay, so we've got all our libraries. How did we miss this? I don't know how we missed it, but we did. Okay, so let's go all the way back down here. Hopefully weather is a variable now, and we can describe it with pandas. Okay, so now we can see our quantiles and our max and all of this stuff. I wonder what the D types are, the data types. Let's check this out. And if there are any pandas experts out there, they can help me out. All right, so we got some objects, we've got some floats. Okay, good to know. Let's see here. I do have, let's see, max gust. I noticed also, does anyone notice all of these 999s? I just happen to know from the data itself that those actually indicate missing data. So if nobody minds, I have a little function that will actually clean this data. So let me actually just open up a new code block. This is just a data that's going to cast something as a date time and cast some things as objects as floats, and then basically replace the missing data indicators as nans, or not a real number. So let me just start that function up, and I'm going to say that weather is actually equal to the clean data of weather. So that now all of my D types are what I want, and we have nans for our missing data. So we basically have like a nice clean data set now. Okay, so this is exciting. And I guess if we wanted to see if that is actually true, we could run it. Okay, we've got some nans in there. So this is good because when we want to describe things, it's better not to have 999s in there for obvious reasons. Do you guys want to see something cool? So suppose I've got a data set and I want to look at this data set very quickly. And sometimes it's hard to, use code to visualize data quickly because you might not remember how matplotlib works or whatever. Well, you can actually basically use what we call chart blocks. So I don't know if you noticed that, but in our blocks we have regular code cells, markdown cells, header cells, different sort of input type cells like Chanakya was saying. We also have chart blocks. And with a chart block, you can give it a data frame, and you can just using a mouse, you can just graphically select what you want on your x-axis and what you want on your y-axis. So suppose I want a line chart, okay? And on my x-axis, I want date. I mean, after all, we are looking at time series data. And on my y, maybe I want maximum temperature. And boom, just like that, in 5 seconds, I've got what looks like a pretty cool time series. And I didn't have to write a line of code, and I just passed the data frame in. So this is very exciting. And if you think about it, this is also really good when you're working with a bigger data team, because not everybody on a data team is going to know the Python visualization ecosystem, right? So our notebooks have a very nice balance, it's a paradox because they're very powerful, but at the same time, they're very accessible for people who might not be too familiar with coding. And I mean, I know visualization well enough, and I still use these chart blocks sometimes just to quickly get something up and running. Okay. So let's see where to go next. Well, I suppose we could probably just move on to the modeling and maybe, let's see, explore the data. Okay, that's a good section. Let's actually move on to the modeling part. I think that's probably the best way to proceed. So let's see here. I'll go just so I can keep myself organized. Predict weather. Okay, so we'll do that. This is the magic part, right? Now, I would like to be able to predict various aspects of the weather. Maybe I'm predicting temperature. Maybe I'm predicting, let's say, max temperature, min temperature, and wind gust. Those are the sort of dependent variables. Those are the things that I want to predict or want to forecast out. So I'm going to actually start with another select block, okay? And I'm going to call this feature, okay? And I can basically just add, max temp here, in temp. And what this is going to do is allow me to choose which dependent variable I want to predict. Okay, because after all, we are going to turn this notebook into a little app, and maybe people at the airports want to see the forecast for maximum temperature, and maybe they want to see the forecast for maximum gust. And so we'll be able to just toggle between those, and it'll just be easy. Okay, so let's see here. I've got some code chunks here. Okay, so we're just going to create a subset of our weather data where we have date and whatever feature is defined by this input block, okay? And Profit actually makes it so that you have to actually name one column DS and one column Y. So this is just a characteristic of the Profit library. They always want you to have your date column and your whatever you're predicting as Y. And we can look at a subset. We can look at the head of this data frame and see what it looks like. Okay, so you see this is nothing more than just a 2-column data frame. Okay, and if you haven't checked out the Profit library, I definitely recommend it. It's extremely easy to use. You can almost just look at this notebook or their documentation and put in your own time series data, and you'll have forecasts for whatever you want. It's amazing. Okay, so here's Profit, the Profit class, and this works very similar to other machine learning libraries. So we've got M for our model, and we can fit it with our weather data, which I just defined here. And again, remember, weather is just 2 columns. It's just date and whatever you're trying to predict. And then we can basically, future is just another data frame that's projected out to create space for another year, 365 days. So you'll see, I will show you what that looks like. So let's just let this run and pray that our live demo goes well here. And let's see here. Let's see. Let's just take a look. Okay, so for example, this is just the tail of the data frame that I just created. And what I want you to notice here is that these dates basically don't exist in the original weather data frame. This is profits basically making 360, I'm only showing the tail, but it made 365 sort of new slots that are going to be able to hold our forecast. Okay, so it's just a extended data frame. Okay, so now we can actually do the fun part. We can take our forecast, we can build a forecast based on our model, and we can pass in our sort of extended data frame, and then we can take a look at all of the predictions. Like, this is kind of crazy if you think about it, because just now, I literally just took a data set and in like 3 code cells or something, created like a professional high-end perfect forecast, like just like that. So you can see here are my future dates, and all of the different sort of like the confidence interval. So the prediction, the lower bound of the prediction, the upper bound of the prediction, and the actual prediction itself. And this is all sort of forecasted data. Now you might be asking, okay, yeah, that's great, but how do we visualize this? Okay, good question. Let's stay organized. Okay, and let's create a block just so we can describe what we're doing, and we'll say plot weather forecast. I don't know why my notebook just is saying some weird error, but okay, so this seems to be okay still. Plot weather forecast. Well, one thing we can do is use any visualization library we like, but of course we can always use a chart block too, right? That should work. Let's see, forecast, right? Line chart, okay. X-axis stays as dates. Y-axis, let's see, how about Y-hat? There we go. That's crazy. Now I'm going to show you a way better visualization in a second, but again, it just goes to show you how quickly you can visualize things if you want. These are all predicted values. So this is exciting. Okay, let me just delete this cell because this is really not that important. I just wanted to double down on the chart blocks there. Let's actually use the built-in visualization library from Profit. By the way, Chanukya, if there's any questions in the chat or any places where I can clarify, please let me know. But Profit basically gives you a wrapper around some Plotly charts to allow you to visualize the forecast really easily. So let me show you what I mean. Just run this. Okay, look at this. What are we at? Like a few cells, and we are already at a pretty amazing forecasted visualization. So basically what you're looking at here, the main plot here, this shows all the data points that exist in our data, okay? The blue line in the middle are basically the predicted values, okay? Now, of course, that doesn't mean so much at this part of the time series, but at the end of the time series, you can see that the real data points stop because we don't have any, and then this section is the forecast itself for 365 days into the future. And the blue shaded area is the confidence interval around that prediction. So this is the most important area because it definitely seems like it's capturing the seasonality effect of the weather, which is pretty cool. And then in this little sub chart below, you can just click and drag these little windows, and then you can slide this window across the whole time series just to basically help you navigate, which is pretty exciting. And all of this just basically comes for free with Profit. You know, just if you like, honestly, you could literally copy and paste right from their documentations and add your own data, and you'll have a chart just like this. And then these buttons here at the top, they just reduce this window here down at the bottom into different bins. So 1 week bin or a 1 year bin or whatever, and you can just drag those. So this is a window that's 1 year long, 1 year wide. So that's basically Profit in a nutshell. And what I want to do, just for the sake of time, is quickly show you how you can turn this notebook into an app. So, but Chanakya, do you agree? Should I go and talk about apps now, or is there anything I need to do?
Yep, sure. I think we can continue talking about the appifying part. We will be taking questions once.
Beautiful.
The session, like we are finished with the presentation. So guys, stay tuned for answering your questions.
So I've got this to-do list here, and I hope Chanakya agrees as my data science teammate that we pretty much did everything. He pulled in a bunch of data. The only thing left is to appify the notebook, or productionize the notebook, or turn the notebook into some kind of app. And I think I've done everything I need to do-ish to get that to happen. Let me just see here. Max temp is feature. Yeah, so that should work. Okay, so watch, I'll show you how this is done, and then there's a couple of caveats with apps because they're sort of new for Deepnote, but I'll walk you through it. Okay, so I'm going to click on Publishing Editor, and I'm going to click on, well, we can make a dashboard layout, or we can make an article layout. For the sake of this, I'll just do article. Now you can see a totally different interface where you can basically pull things from the left and put them onto the right. And it's a drag and drop. It's basically a drag and drop canvas for you to put aspects of your notebook into. And you can resize them and move them around and all kinds of things. You can hide the code, you can show the code. And now, why is this important? Okay, well, for example, if I want to turn this into an app, I can pretty much guarantee that nobody's going to want to see this to-do list. So I'm going to hit this minus sign and remove it from the right-hand side. No one's probably going to want to see the import library, so I'll remove those. This is nice because it's a narrated title, so this is fine. This is good. This probably doesn't need to be in there, so I'll remove it. Get the data to explore. This is fine. Anyway, so you're just removing things that you don't want the client to see. Let's see here. I don't really need this, and we can iterate on this. It's no big deal. Explore the data. Actually, don't really need explore the data because the client doesn't need to see the code that we were using to explore the data. They don't need this. They don't really need this. They don't need, but they barely need anything. Okay, so let's see here. What's in here? We've got a little title. They probably don't need to see all of this detail with the managers talking to me, but I'll just leave it in there for now. Getting a list of don't need this. Let's see, I'll just delete that. Get the data, predict the weather. Okay, this we don't need. I think I can just delete it. Let's just see where we're at here. Okay, so let's just say, let's just say we have basically a skeleton app, and I'll just publish it just so I can show you what it actually looks like. And then I can show you the finished app because I also have that already ready. But see, I just click publish, and now I have part or a subset of my notebook, and this is completely shareable. So you could just share this link with anybody, and there are drop-down menus that basically work just like they did in the notebook. So there's a kernel actually behind this app. So you could select your airport name, you could select your feature, and then the notebook would just run and produce a new forecast. So this is like basically a productionized app. Now, I do have a couple of caveats that I'll just say very quickly. This particular app, I actually have like a more finished version of it where I have it kind of cleaned up. You can see here. This particular app actually does quite a bit of heavy lifting because Profit is very difficult to install. So in that sense, this app is actually kind of slow. But for apps that don't involve difficult installations, the apps on Deepnote are quite snappy. But this one in particular it does a lot of heavy lifting. So every time you do change one of those drop-down menus, it'll run and chug for a couple of minutes as it's creating this forecast, as it's installing the libraries. And you can see here this app is doing a heavy lifting. It might take a while, but basically that's the idea behind apps. You build up your notebook with your team, and then you can basically take parts of that notebook and put it onto a canvas and then share that as a productionized app. And with the only caveat being that if there's a lot of computation going, those apps are not going to be super snappy quite yet, but that's something that we're working on at Deepnote. So that's pretty cool. So you could just share this directly with the client and keep producing new forecasts. Okay, so Chanakya, do you want to continue with the last couple slides?
Yeah, sure. Let's switch to that. Let me share my screen. Share screen. Let me know when my screen is visible. Yeah, I think it's visible now, right?
Yep, sure is.
So yeah, we, as Alan said, we have an app ready with us, and all this. So initially, you guys can imagine that we had a deadline of creating this particular whole app in a day. So believe you me that the whole thing would not have been possible if Deepnote wasn't with us, because first thing was that you couldn't write, as I mentioned, that easy integration with the data set. Second thing is that you could write SQL queries. Third thing, as Alan showed, that the chart block feature, I mean, isn't that really cool, where you literally don't have to write any code for data visualization. And to be honest with you, I keep on forgetting the commands of matplotlib, or let's say any other visualization library like plotly. When I can use all these things, I mean, why would I go and remember the code and code it out on my own? I would just come to Deepnote and use this particular feature of theirs. After that, we also talked about that, okay, we can make predictions and we can visualize them easily. And after that, at the end, you guys have seen that how easy it is to appify the whole notebook that we have made. And at the end of the day, we as a team have collaborated remotely. I mean, we both are sitting at two different corners of the world, and now we have an app ready with us, and we can share that link with with our manager. So congratulations, Alan. We managed to complete our task today. So now, what next? Where are we? Where can you know more about us? You can go to our official website, which is deepnote.com. You guys will be able to find all the features that we have talked about here. And believe me that these are not the only features that we have. Recently, we also managed to integrate with Notion, where you can directly embed your visualizations directly into your Notion apps. And believe me, that's a very great feature we have introduced. And the next thing, which I want to talk about, is the community as a whole. So as I mentioned before, that I am a community ambassador at Deepnote. So I will tell you how exactly I got to know about Deepnote first. Deepnote, as you know, it's a startup which based out of Silicon Valley, and we here are. I saw that we were organizing a couple of competitions, and I participated in those and managed to win a couple of prizes. And after that, the prizes part is separate. The one thing which I realized was the power of this particular platform. What features did it offer? How different was it from other platforms like Collab or, let's say, Jupyter Notebooks? And the best part about this is that they are not we at Deepnote are not only a software company. We aim to build it as a community. Where if you go to community.deepnote.com, we essentially have we have many people who discusses things there. You can directly contact the employers. You can directly contact the people who work at Deepnote. You can interact with them. What they also give out new features on a weekly basis, and all those things. So we essentially discuss all the things, and we also discuss that what doubts you might be facing with Deepnote and how you can make it better. I mean, this is one of the best thing about the community at Deepnote, that they take regular feedbacks from us as ambassadors as well as from other people in the community, that okay, we are thinking about to launch this feature, and do you think that this will help you as a data scientist? I mean, when a company or when a software product comes and asks you that, okay, do you think that this is going to help you? That inspires me a lot, and we essentially provide feedback to them as well. So this is what we essentially do at Deepnote community, and we would and we going ahead, we would obviously launch our ambassador program for others as well, and feel free to apply to those programs. And if you want to go through the documentation, you can go to docs.deepnote.com. So yeah, Alan, back to you.
Yep. So hopefully you can hear me okay. So we do have an upcoming mini event, and for everybody who attended this workshop, I think you'll feel much more comfortable. But basically, the mini event is simply this: create the best time series data visualization. You've seen a few of them here in our presentation, but time series data visualization is actually quite an interesting area of study. And so we're going to share with you this exact same weather data that we've just been analyzing kind of on the fly for you. And whoever can create the best time series data visualization, of course, there are cash prizes for that. And remember, just as we mentioned before earlier, if you sign up for Deepnote for this mini event, or just anyone who's using Deepnote as a part of this hackathon, you can enter the promo code DATA10 and you'll get some pro machine hours, which will give you a bit more power to blaze through your data analysis problems. So anyway, definitely join us for the mini event. Chanakya, where will those details be? Do you know?
Yep. So we will be sharing those details on Discord. So guys, stay tuned for on Discord to know about the data set that we will be giving out. And yep, please use the pro machines that we are offering.
Awesome. So you can just move to the last slide, I think. And yeah, I would just like to thank everybody who made this possible, the organizers, and especially Chanakya. Honestly, Chanakya is one of our ambassadors, and he took his free time to collaborate with me on this, and I just couldn't be more pleased. So thanks for everybody for joining us through this. Appreciate it. Yeah, I guess we'll take some questions too.
Yep. Thank you, Alan. It was an honor to work with you guys.
Yeah.
Guys, this session was amazing.
Yeah, that was a really good session, guys. Yeah.
And if you don't believe us, look at this.
This is like pretty.
Look at this. And there are so many more.
Here, leave those up. I want to take a picture. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Love it.
We actually have like a couple of questions that we'd like to get into, and like, so mostly we hope the moderators can put the questions up one by one, and yeah, you guys can go ahead and answer them.
Yep. So if you go to our pricing page, you'll see all the details, and actually I will actually put that into the chat as well for other people. Yeah, so there's a starter plan. I think that's going to be where you want to start. It's great for individuals, and you can actually have teams of up to 3 people, and it's completely free. So you actually get 50 machine hours on our standard machines, but we also have a couple of very easy onboarding tasks, and if you do them, they're super easy. You get upgraded to 750 hours on our standard machines. So basically, you can join Deepnote for free. It costs you nothing, and you get 750 standard machine hours, which is pretty amazing. And then we have other other plans, like a pro plan, which is for bigger teams, bigger organizations, and that costs a certain monthly fee. I think it's like $12 a month, I believe. And yeah, so let me just put the pricing details in the chat as well, so you can see what's going on. The other thing to note is that Deepnote for Teams is completely free for people in school and for educators and researchers. So we basically have a sort of upgraded license just for people who are involved with academia and education. So it's basically our pro plan, so better machines and everything if you're an academic user, and it's completely for free. So I think that's pretty relevant to a lot of the people here. And yes, we are hiring. Definitely visit our deepnote.com and see what we're hiring for. Schedule a running notebook. Yep, you can totally do that. And can you demo how that works? Sure. Well, I won't spend the time demoing it actually, just for the sake of time. But in Deepnote, there's basically there's like a clock icon that you can click, and then you can schedule notebooks for every hour, every week, every month, and it's just a simple UI. And you can actually click checkboxes to notify you if the notebook fails or succeeds. So it's just a simple UI. You'll find it right on the notebook.
Yep. I would like to add one thing here. One thing is, so to be honest with you guys, I have really made use of this feature in one of the competition that Deepnote had organized. So just to explain in brief, what that competition was about is we had to analyze the COVID vaccination data across the world. So I obviously did it for India, and what we managed to. So one of the features that I really liked about then was this particular scheduling feature. So when we are analyzing the COVID vaccine data, right, the data changes dynamically. It's not that the data will remain constant for a particular day. The next day, obviously, there will be more vaccinations, and more people will be vaccinated around the world. So this is where this particular feature will come to our rescue, that you don't need to go to open your notebook every day in order to execute all the cells. So what I did was I made use of this feature. I scheduled it to run at 8 p.m. every day, and I would get a mail that, okay, your notebook has been successfully ran, and you can check it out here. So this is this is again one of the amazing feature about Deepnote that we didn't talk about, and this is mentioned in the website. So yeah, I would highly encourage you guys to go and check out the website which we had already talked about.
Yeah, I put a link in the chat as well for the scheduling, so you can just quickly take a look at what that UI looks like. It's very, very easy to use.
Great. We do have a next question.
Oh, when do you all plan to add search feature to explore notebooks by topic on the Deepnote website? That's a really good question. I don't think we have like a search bar per se, but we do. I don't know if you've seen it, but we do have an explore page, and that pulls trending notebooks from our community and also other various things that we think are worth checking out. Let me just drop that into the chat as well. So it's deepnote.com/explore, and you can see some of the notebooks. Oh, interesting thing. We are about to launch Deepnote templates, which is an idea is basically when you're using Deepnote, if you go to new project, instead of just dropping you into an empty project, it'll allow you to select from pre-built templates. So for example, if a template was make a time series forecast, you click on that template and everything is just set up for you. All you need to do is put in your own data and click run, and boom, you've got a time series forecast, or a Twitter bot, or a Slack bot, or retention rate for your users, or whatever, all these different templates. So that will also help you to onboard quickly. So explore page and upcoming templates. That's where you want to be.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I think we can move on to the next question then.
How did you go about building the backend? Boy, I'm just a plain old data scientist, so I have honestly no clue. Although I believe our let me see. I believe our CTO actually had Jan Matas actually has a video on YouTube. I'll see if I can share it in the chat where he describes sort of the process of the back-end engineering design. I'm pretty sure we have a video like that, so I'll send it to you.
Yeah. We have another question from Hisham.
Yes. So we've been talking about this recently. So technically, Deepnote is in beta, and we are a startup company, and we're still raising money and everything, and it's going incredibly well. So I can't give you a definite time when it will be out of beta because I actually don't know. But what I can do is say, like, be watching, because I don't think we're going to be in beta for very long. Definitely not.
Keep note, guys.
Mm-hmm. How can I avail the pro machine using the code? Right. Good question. So let me. Do you mind if I share my screen? Am I permitted to do that at this point in time?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Please
go
go
ahead.
for it.
Okay. I'll show you how to find that. Okay, just give it a second. Okay. Can you see a notebook?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so let me go back to my dashboard. This is where all my projects are, and let me just see if I can remember where it is. I think it's in settings, billing and usage, and then under billing and usage in your settings, you see on the right-hand side, it says enter promo code, and that's where you put it in. So basically, once you start a Deepnote account, you just go to your settings and billing and usage, and then you'll be able to pop in a promo code there. So hopefully that answers the question. Thanks for the session. One question is whether we can use S3 buckets in Deepnote for some purpose, and whether you'd recommend that. Chanakya, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we did discuss about this during the presentation as well. So, Akash, there are certain integrations that are offered by Deepnote. One is, as I said, that there are integrations with GCP, Google Cloud Storage, with S3 buckets, with what do you say, Snowflake, and a lot of other data stores. So you can use that. And I mean, I would definitely recommend you doing that, because a lot of times in what happens in firms is that your data will be your data will be essentially stored in all these cloud data stores. They won't share the link or the data set with you over, let's say, Google Drive or anything else, because data privacy matters, right? So they will just let you integrate with S3 buckets, and you can directly integrate with Deepnote. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think we have one more question from Akash.
Alan, you're on mute, I think.
You're not on.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, so can we leave long-running tasks in the free plan? I'm actually just looking that up because I couldn't remember off the top of my head, but I will. There's actually a page called long-running jobs in our documentation. Let's see, Deepnote's designed to use big analysis workflows, including ones that have long-running tasks. So so I think that there are some details depending on which hardware you're using. Let me see. I think there's some details that you have to read. Let's see. But a cursory read, it seems like it does hold. Let's see. I think it might be a 24-hour limit. So I think anything after 24 hours seems to the machine would get turned off. So, but definitely check out the docs, because I think the devil's in the details. But yeah, it looks like you can run them for a very long time. I put it in the chat for you. Yeah, another question.
Thank you so much. I guess.
Yeah, we will be sharing.
We
Okay,
have one
so
last
when
question.
Yeah, when would you be sharing the dataset for the mini event? So yeah, we will be sharing the dataset right after our session. We will be you guys will be notified on Discord, and check out the if you guys want any help throughout the hackathon, and Alan is there to help you. And even if you want to know more about Deepnote and discuss about Deepnote more, we guys are available at the Deepnote help channel, and we would love to have you guys there and answer your doubts.
Yeah, guys, I think that brings us to the end of the questions. As we mentioned before, we have an exciting mini event planned for everyone that's watching. We'll be sharing a form by which you can share your submissions. Asta, would you like to tell them about the deadlines?
Yes, the deadlines for the submission is 1:30 p.m. IST tomorrow, which is 21st November. So make sure you make something amazing and cool and submit before time, and keep a tab on the Discord channel for Deepnote. Also, if you have any other queries, Alan and Chanakya will be there to help you out. So shoot it out
Yeah.
on the Discord server.
Yeah, please join our Discord server. Everyone's available there. Under the sponsors section, you have a Deepnote help channel where you can ask Alan and Chanakya all the doubts that you want. Lastly, to reiterate again, I want to tell you all about the prizes for the mini event. We are giving away a Google Home Mini and a couple of Bluetooth speakers. And guys, please remember to use the promo code DATA10 for using the Deepnote notebooks. Thank you,
Thank you
Chanakya.
so much.
Cool. See you guys. You guys were amazing hosts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really fun. Take care.
Very nice event, guys. So I think
Bye-bye,
that's it for today. We will see you guys tomorrow, I guess, Asta. Hopefully not Asta, we'll see
Yes.
Mrena tomorrow. So
You guys will be seeing me, and please keep hacking. We're very excited to see all of your projects.
yeah. Just one last thing. Remember, guys, we have reviews tomorrow, so please stay updated on the Discord channel, and yeah, keep an eye out for announcements on there.
And one last thing before we let you go, make sure to log into Qmo Space tomorrow, because that is exactly where your reviews will be taking place. The link to Qmo Space is gdscvit/DJ21, which is up on the banner right now.
Yeah, it's
Make
also
sure you
available
log
on the Discord server. So yeah, go ahead, guys. And yeah, we will leave you guys at that. Thank you, Deepnote, for sponsoring this event. Thank you for this amazing session. Thank you, Alan and Chanakya. Happy hacking, guys.
Good night. Bye-bye.